Okay, so I've been working on some things. Don't worry, I'm not gonna start in 4 hours. Um, I'll probably just turn the screen on now since I'm here and the wife has already gone downstairs. Usually I have quiet time when I start streaming because she's not fully awake and I don't want to disturb her. I'm not sure if she can hear me when I'm talking in this room, so to try and not be waking her up earlier than she wants to be. But since the whole house is up, I might as well just switch her over. Okay. So I did not return to streaming yesterday, mostly because I didn't want to come back upstairs. I was kind of in a comfortable spot downstairs, so I chose to stay downstairs. And yeah. Okay. So one thing I added yesterday, because I'm gonna, not right now, but I will be soon, is looking for beta readers, and which actually takes me into another blog post that I have like several blog posts that I want to write while they're fresh in my mind. I just finished one which is about does outlining ruin discovery writing, because I was watching a YouTube video this morning before I got up, and there was someone in the YouTube video that I was watching who had made a comment which both shocked me and didn't shock me, because I've heard this comment made from not just new writers, but even veteran writers who've been published for, years and years and years, both traditional and self-published, who will say the same thing, which is, I'll never outline in full detail all the beats in my story ahead of time because it will ruin the joy I get from discovery writing. And when I hear that in various, they don't say it exactly like that, but that's the gist of what most writers who will adamantly and vehemently be anti outlines, that's the reason, because they feel like they just, if they outline, it'll, I don't know. In many cases, I feel like they treat outlining like it's, and I write this description in this analogy, or this, a metaphor, if you will, for what an outline is, which is a self-hired gunman who is literally over your shoulder with a gun pointed at you, daring you to stray from your outline, and if you do, then they will pull the trigger. Like, I feel like that's the vision that many writers have, that to outline means you now give up total control over your story to this self-hired gunman. And the key here is self-hired, right? There is no person over, if there is anyone over your shoulder, it's you doing it to yourself. You know what I mean? So this idea that if you, who create the outline, thereby cripples you yourself from being able to discovery write, it just doesn't compute in my mind how that works, because you wrote the outline, so you dictate what's in it. And besides that, when a person reads your story, when you publish it, you know, some stranger, some rando finds your story on Amazon, pays the 99 cents for the ebook, reads it, finishes it, decides to give you, you know, 3, 4, 5-star review, whatever the case may be, I guarantee, never in their mind's eye are they going to be thinking, wow, I wonder if they outlined this, and if they did, if they stuck to their original outline. Never in a million years are they going to think, is this the second draft or is this the 5th draft? And I wonder how different the first draft is from this 5th draft that I just read. The only ones who would think that is maybe if another writer is reading your book, because we think that way, you know. So if someone asks me to read their work, I will have those thoughts. Oh, did they outline this, or did they choose to not do it? You know, like another writer would think that, but regular reader, total rando stranger, does not give two shits on A, if you outlined, and B, if you did, just how much you stuck to that outline. They're not thinking that. They don't care. If they thought that for every freaking book they read, good lord. I feel sorry for that person. I mean, they probably don't even give thought, rhyme, or reason to what an outline is, why you would use it, etc., etc., etc. So why do so many writers who are discovery writers have such a deep-seated hatred and or fear towards a tool that should be helping them, and they should see it as a helpful tool and not as a weapon wielded to prevent them from being creative and from being a storyteller? Anyway. You know, and I give my thoughts on this, I feel like the most out of anything that I talk about when it comes to writing, I always feel like I'm defending or standing boldly beside writing an outline, because there are so many writers who have this same mentality that if they outline, they sell their soul to the devil himself, and are now unable to be creative because they just created an outline and now they must adhere to it at all costs, and if they don't, then they will get sucked into the fiery pits of hell. I don't know. And so I always use the example that when I write an outline, and I write detailed outlines, like my outline, I think for I write both a simple and a detailed outline, and I think together, let's see how many words that is. Together. Why is it showing it that way? 5,618 words together. So separately, one is 2.5K and the other one is 3K. So about 5.5K, give or take. I wrote 5,000 words worth of an outline, and the example I always give is, at the end of the day, my vomit draft will probably only adhere to about 10% of my detailed outline. 90% of it won't get used. You know why? Because I stray from my outline constantly. I am a habitual outline strayer, which is why I use an outline as breadcrumbs, because there are certain points in the story when I first conceptualized it in my mind that I thought was funny, serious, vital, and important to make sure I didn't forget to put that in there. I had a slamming ending, whatever, an amazing opening, whatever the case may be. There are things in my outline that I know for a fact I do not want to leave out when I start writing the story. And usually that's about 10, maybe at most 15% of my outline, contain those key golden nuggets, right? So, breadcrumbs. When I stray, and trust me, I stray, and the straying times are the discovery writing times when my character will say something I didn't anticipate they were going to say. They will do something I didn't think they were going to do. Totally changes the dynamic and everything about the story, where it's going. My outline will then remind me, like, hey, remember, don't forget that you wanted this character and this character to have a moment together. Maybe you might want to rein it in a bit so you can make sure that this happens now, sooner rather than later. Okay, I see if I can do that with my story and kind of change directions and bring me back to the outline. Do the thing, tick off that little nugget, go off on a tangent again with my discovery writing. No one's holding a gun to my head. I don't feel the cold barrel of the gun in the back of my neck, hear the click as the gunman cocks it ready to shoot me because I've just committed a cardinal sin by straying from my outline. I mean, that's a bit silly. And I try not to put it that way because I don't want to, upset anyone or anything. But it's kind of like, how did you get to that point? Like, who did you hear? What story did you hear in your lifetime that made you think, like, oh my God, writing an outline is the worst. I will never, ever, ever do it because I never want to end up in that sticky situation. I think I'm going to put it over here because I think in website is, yes, where I have my blog posts. Okay. Oh, I actually have a thing here, so I will actually move it again here, and I'll come in here, and I'll move it in here. Do I actually have? Oh, I do. Bravissimo. Okay, so in here is now the next thing that I wanted to write about is the differences between alpha, beta, and gamma readers. There are three kinds of people always, the one that people hear the most are beta readers, but there are such things as alpha readers and gamma readers, and each one is very different and distinct in when they read your manuscript and why they read your manuscript. Very, very different. And I feel like a lot of us will utilize beta readers, but we never bother to utilize alpha and gamma readers. And I feel like we should, because they are a particular skill set, and it's a particular thing that they would be doing on our behalf that is, like I said, different from a beta reader. So if you can get betas, then why not have, one or two alpha readers and then as many gamma readers as you can, get your hands on. So that's another thing. How many of each type of reader do you need? Do you want? That sort of thing. I think would be very helpful to writers because, again, like I said, you're more likely to know, I think, or have at least heard, like, oh, I'm looking for some beta readers. Are you interested? Blah, 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 blah. But it's usually not until they're a more seasoned writer or published author, whether self-published or traditional, that you will hear them saying that they're looking for an alpha or a gamma reader. And I think that more self-published or writers who want to be self-published should tap into that, because it can be very helpful, especially when you're trying to break into the business and your finances aren't as lucrative as other authors' finances are. And you'll see what I mean, if you decide to read this blog post, or if you're here watching me write it right now, when I talk about what the differences are for each one, etc. I know I said the first thing I was going to do was WordPressing, but once I have these things in my mind, I don't want to do something else, because I might come back to it an hour or two later, and the wording and what I wanted to say may just not be there. put that in there. Oh no, sorry. I need to bold that into my tile size and to bold this, that. Because I know there are a lot of vanity presses and other things that will offer having, or getting for you these alpha, beta, and gamma readers, but really you should not be paying people for this thing of being an alpha, beta, or gamma reader. It should be a last resort. It really shouldn't even be an option that you would even be considering. And it pains me to know that there are places where you can go, like Fiverr, for instance, and hire someone to be a beta reader for you. It's just like, I don't know why or when the concept of a beta reader became something that someone was paid to do, but it's become this thing now where unfortunately more and more people are thinking that that's the route they should take. I mean, thankfully, I still believe in my heart of hearts that there is still a larger quantity, a majority of people who agree to be either alpha, beta, or gamma readers for a writer who do it for the reason why they even exist in the first place, which is to help the writer improve the story. And it's not about money. It's not about getting paid to do it, because the second you add money into the mix, there is a certain sense of bias that exists, especially when you're hiring someone like an alpha, beta, or gamma reader. They are not pros. They didn't go to college. They didn't get a degree. They don't have a certificate to say they are an expert beta reader, right? It's not like an editor, copy, line, developmental. They actually did go and get some schooling for it. They did get training for it. They have been doing it for years. So yes, it is a learned, practiced, and acquired skill that they have some actual degree or education from learning that particular skill, and therefore, yes, you would pay to hire a professional editor. But as far as I know, there is no college degree for being a beta reader or an alpha reader or a gamma reader. So why am I paying someone for that? I don't know. But there is so many people who fall into that trap of, because they feel they can't find it or find those people in certain social circles, and they feel it's just, it would take up too much of their time to attempt to do that. They'd rather just, okay, I'll go on Fiverr, I'll pay what, $50 for a beta reader to read my 50,000 word manuscript. Well, I mean, you just threw away $50, quite honestly. But anyway, let me write and speak less. It's just it's mind-boggling to me. You pay for professionals, and that's it. There's I feel like I should put that as another important note, that these types of readers are not professionals. They don't have a degree in this. I think I'll add that as the important note at the end. Actually, let me put it down here. hopefully this last note will kind of bring it home. Don't pay for that. Heaven's sakes. I need to check my email quick. Hold on 1 second. In order to do that, I'm going to move it into my other window over here so you can't see. It can be very draining pouring all of the knowledge that you have and putting it down on paper to pass it on to others in the hopes that it will help them. Very, very draining on the brain. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I just realized I wanted to look at something over here again. Oh boy. Alright. Let's do multi-output device. most commonly known and most commonly used by almost all writers. One thing I've noticed, now I've noticed is that so so before I say what a beta reader is, don't fall into the trap of feeling like in order to get any beta readers, the best place to find them is to ask friends and family. A beta reader is beta reader is a reader you'll bring on after you've done your initial edit, whatever that entails. For me, like I said earlier, I do 2 passes for my editing process. So after manuscript as clean as I possibly can, I need to briefly pause to take a pill. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Camera back on. Sweet. Okay. random shortcut I didn't intend to. Make it notice how many of the total number of betas you have. Total number of betas. Came to the same conclusion. it been a month already? So why do I have so many emails? Just try. Hello, Heartflow Yoga, and welcome to the stream. Sorry, I don't know when you started following. I'm just I find myself engrossed in what I'm writing, so. had at least one alpha available. Okay. You crush it. You crush it. We're thinking you've caught all the typos, fixed all the... Fix the story flow. Fix this. Crush it. Thinking you caught all the typos. Fix the storage. I don't think I have rating off. Rating should be on. I think. Oh dear. Jeez, Aloo. Hello everybody. I was just in her stream, just typing away. Hi, welcome. I forget that my camera's up here, but my chat window's over here, so I'm like looking in both directions. Hello, happy raiders. Um, so I'm actually working on blog posts today. Typically, I would be actually working on my novel, but I'm not actually going to start my novel till May 24th. I'm very specific about that because I'm trying not to rush myself. Um, I'm going to take my headphones off because I feel like I'm yelling. Hello, Rainy Hammer. My screen is really dim. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Uh, Everyone, hold on. Thank you for following. Grape Fry, Rainy Hammer, Kavanaugh Writes. Oh my God, thank you for the follow. Um, yeah, well, typically going all the way back to 2017 to 2019, I had a bit of a mental breakdown live on Twitch where I stupidly thought that I was going to write, edit, and publish 6 novels in 1 year and then take the next year to quick release them, right? And I was doing good in the beginning. I wrote, 20,000 words in a 8-hour stream, and I was crushing it. Uh, I was really crushing it, right? And this was back in like 2017. And then I hit a wall of despair and agony and defeat. So I literally had a tearful meltdown that I was not going to make it, that my dreams of writing 6 novels in like 1 novel a month and then, editing them and getting the cover art and doing all the fancy stuff, that it was just not going to happen. And it devastated me. But I pushed forward and I released the first 2 novels, even though I had only gotten halfway through the third novel. And I can actually show them to you because I keep them here just as a reminder to myself on my website that I'm going to revisit this series and fix the obvious mistakes that I made. But I took 2 years from 2019 basically till 2 months ago. And I was just writing short fiction because while I knew I couldn't write novels anymore, I said to myself, I can't not write. I needed to write. I just didn't want to give myself the added weight and pressure that I felt I needed to do to write a novel. And for some reason in my mind, I kept saying, why am I taking so long to write a novel? I want to write it and I want to do it in a month. And if I can't do that, then I'm not going to do novel writing anymore. And so I put my foot in the ground and I said, I'm not going to write anymore. I'm not going to write novels. I'm only going to write short stories. And so for 2.5 years, I did what was called Friday fiction. So I would write short stories. And again, I gave myself an unattainable goal because, the pandemic happened. But at the time, I was going to write 52 stories in 52 weeks because I'm insane. And so I did like transference. I transferred the insanity I was doing to myself with novel writing and incorporated it into my short story writing. So I went from having a breakdown with novels to having this unattainable breakdown with short stories because I said there is no reason why I can't write, 5 to 10,000 word stories every week and release them every Friday. No reason, right? I mean, right? But you can guess how that went down. But anyway, so back in 2017, this is the first book that I wrote and released, which is Daxton. And then I did the second book, The Eternal Forest. And then the third book had commissioned art. I did the cover is here. It's waiting. It's ready to be released. It's coming soon. This is meant to be a 6-book series. The fifth comp is 6 books. I don't know why I did that to myself. Don't ask me. That's just how it came out. And so this cover, it's ready to go. It's there. I have all the covers here. I think I might redo the second cover because I've had a lot of feedback from the second cover saying they don't like it. They're meant to look like this creature that I created in this series. And they actually make an appearance in the new series that I'm writing, which up here this is the new series that I'm working on right now. This is a mock cover. This is not the real cover. This is something I gave to my cover artist so that he can understand what I'm going for in terms of what I want the cover to look like. But I discovered as I was doing my short stories for many years, really I didn't discover it, my wife did. She kind of said to me, maybe you need to go back to writing a novel, because I came up with this short story idea called Who Killed the Queen? And the idea was manifesting itself very quickly from being a story I initially wanted to write in 10,000 words to one that had creeped very close into the 20,000 word and beyond. And so thank you so much, you guys, for all the follows. Crapule, A Bookish, Emily, Valera YC. I'm sorry, I'm like going off into a talking tangent, but I scrapped Who Killed the Queen, which I really want to finish because I think it's a brilliant mystery idea story, but I realized my wife was right, that I needed to go back to writing novels. And there was no way I was going to go back to writing novels and not have it be a novel in the universe that I had originally created. And Kavanaugh, while you're still here, very quickly, so that you know that I'm not kidding, here's my series Bible. I'm going to open it really quickly so I can show you. When I say that I have 60 plus novels plotted out, I'm not kidding. So here is basically, they're all here, right? And the number next to it is how many books is for that series. But I also have them listed out over here for myself. Hold on, let me make this bigger. And this is something I did back in 2017. So I have the Fifth Compass. Like I said to you, it's 6 books. River Run, or Son of River, is the one that I'm working on right now. And then I've got Bloodlines is 2 books. Woodvale Academy is 5 books. The Deadlands is going to be 4 books. And in each folder over here is the outline. I won't click on them because I don't want to reveal anything about my outlines. But then I have a couple of trilogies. The Last Dragon, Silverblade, Adelaide, and Sebastian are going to each be 3-book series. I have a 15-book saga idea where it's going to be split into 3 sets of 5, and each set is going to be from the POV of a woman lead. I don't usually write female leads. I usually write male leads, which is surprising. But for this series, I want to write women as the leads. And so each set of 5 is going to be specifically from the point of view of a different strong female lead in this kingdom, which literally is above my world. So I have Stonehaven, which is on a planet Earth, but then up in the clouds there is a whole other universe, a whole other sky kingdom with people. There's a mountain that's on Stonehaven that actually goes up into the clouds, so it's the only way people in Sky Kingdom can come down if they ever wanted to, which they never do. And so there's this 15-book series that takes place up there, and the heroine is basically having to save her world because someone is slowly but surely making the clouds disappear and not come back. So when the clouds are gone, the entire world will invariably just disappear and all the people on it will no longer exist. Then I have some standalones here. I came up with a Stonehaven fable idea because I had a lot of characters. You were asking me, do I name all of my characters? Oh, yes, I do. To the point where the character may literally only be a bar maiden in one scene and have one line. But in my head, I gave them an entire backstory, which is fucking awesome, right? And so I hated it. It hurt me to like leave them there in the bar and then go with my main character and go off and do something else. So I decided to come up with this idea called a Stonehaven fable, and the point of it is to take that person who has a name and has a family and has struggles, but the reader has no idea because we left them there and went on to, you know, the main character in their journey. With a Stonehaven fable, I can pick a day in the life of that character and tell you their story. Just in that day, just in that moment, but it is a crucial moment that may tie into another series in another time and place that you don't realize until you're like, oh, like I'm hoping that that's the reaction the reader will have, once I spend the next 50 to 60 years writing all of these things. And the one thing that people actually love that I have, which I don't show because it's under my secret documents, but if you look over here, I have what I call the kill list. And because one question, which I never even thought people would ask me who are writers, but they said because my world is so vast, right? How do I keep track of who's alive and who isn't? And when they asked me that, I said, actually, I have a kill list. and so my kill list is what you would think it is, right? So anytime I kill a character, whether it be the soldier with no name or the main character in a series, I write it down in this note when, the where, the how, and the who killed them, because again, I don't want to accidentally have that character show up in another series unless that series happens before that character dies. Because if that series clearly takes place in my huge timeline, which I have, up at the very top here you'll see I have a timeline sheet, which again covers all the books in all the worlds so that I can have a better understanding of when things happen. My world has its own calendar, so it's a 10-month calendar year as opposed to 12. The months, I have different months in here, so here we go. So you can see like all of the months, what their names of all the months are. The days of the week, there are only 6, not 7 days of the week. I really went in. There's, the important years. So the year of the creation of this earth that they inhabit, from year 1 to 1218 is known as the Dragon Age, the Age of Dragons. And the time period that I'm writing right now in all of the stories, with the exception of one, which actually tells the tale of Dragon Age, of the Age of Dragons, is the Sapien Age. So right now we're living in the Sapien Age, whereas from 1218 to present. And so I actually put a note for myself that the fifth compass is really almost 400 years after we've transitioned from the Age of Dragons to the Age of Sapiens, because in my world there is a dragon who is the goddess, and she created the planet Earth, and she created 3 species of dragons that inhabited that Earth. I basically took the story of Christ and I changed it a bit. Okay, I'm a very religious person, so don't think that I'm being blasphemous here. But what I did was, she loved how her dragons loved her so much that she wanted to give them a gift. And so the gift that she gave to all of the many different types of dragons, was the gift of man. So she created man to be the slaves to the dragons. But what happened is that the dragons started to believe that the more slaves they owned, the more loved they would be by their god, Zoldyr, right? So they started putting more stock and more attention to how many human slaves they had, and they stopped worshiping her as much as they did. So what happened? She got angry. What happened when God got angry? He did the plagues and the locusts, and he wiped out all of humanity, right? So in this case, what she does is she puts an egg down on Earth, and she tells all of the dragons that whoever is in possession of this egg, when the great flood comes and destroys all of the dragons, the ones that have the egg will be the survivors, and the other 2 species of dragons will die. Okay, so now the hunt is on. They're training the humans. They have to find who's got this egg. One of their dragons is going to give birth to an egg. Think of the Virgin Mary. Okay, so there's a dragon out there who's about to drop an egg. Is it the egg? Okay, but it's a trick. Okay, this is not a spoiler, but the egg is actually the dragon of death. So whoever is in possession of that egg whatever dragon touches that egg or comes near it, whether it's an egg or when it's hatched, will immediately die. Dead. Done. Deal. This is how she's going to wipe out these species because she's pissed that they stopped loving her and started putting all their attention on the humans. So what happens is what's known as the Great Dragon War. And during the Great Dragon War, when the dragons are fighting each other, the Dragon of Death is born and starts killing all the dragons himself. Shit gets real. And by the time the dust settles, the only things left on Earth are animals and humans. And so now the humans are roaming the earth, and they are the ones who are now, building kingdoms, doing all these things. Some of them still worship the dragon as their god. You know what I mean? And the series that I'm writing right now is based on Native American tribes. It's 2 tribes. And these 2 tribes are inhabiting a mountain that used to be inhabited by dragons. So it's a huge mountain. There are caverns inside because the dragons would sleep inside this mountain and everything like that. And there's what's believed to be the treasure that the dragon goddess put on Earth, so that when she brings dragons back, which is believed that she will eventually, forgive her original species and bring them back, that they will use that gold to, do whatever it is that they're going to do on the earth, such as taking over the kingdoms and doing all of these things. And so these tribes originally was one tribe, and they felt that they were meant to protect it, right? And so they were protecting this gold, this treasure, from other kingdoms and kings who would try to come and get it and claim it for themselves and take it. But what happens is, in this tribe, the original tribe, there are some tribe members who don't like the way the tribe is being run. And so they decide to go off and start their own tribe and their own traditions that are far and away different from the original tribe. And so there are these now 2 tribes, and this is where my story takes place, in the middle of after these tribes separate. And so you have the Taikor tribe, which is the original tribe, and then you have the Varish tribe, which is the new tribe, which is an offshoot of the Taikor tribe. And the thing that's interesting about it is the mountain that they are inhabiting split. And this is, for me, the parting of the Red Sea that Moses does in the Bible. During the Great Dragon War, something happens, and this I won't reveal because it's kind of like a spoiler, and it won't actually... Finding out how this happened to this particular mountain will be discovered in this trilogy when I eventually write it, which is called The Last Dragon. This mountain, which was called originally the Kinnaman Mountain, literally splits in half and separates by several feet. Okay, the mountain is literally pulled and ripped apart, ripped in half. And so in the middle is now called the Kinnaman Split. And so when the 2 tribes parted, one tribe stayed on one side and the other tribe moved to the other half of that mountain. So they each incorporate one half of the mountain, and they literally got their soldiers targeted and pointed right at each other. And if any one of them crosses the Kinnaman Split, it's almost like starting a war here. Okay, so no one is to cross the Kinnaman Split. No one, even non-members of this tribe who live in villages outside and surrounding this mountain, would cross the Kinnaman Split because they know of these 2 tribes, their existence, and just how brutal they can be. You may not make it out alive. And so the story that I'm telling takes place from the point of view of a young boy who loses both of his parents, and it's kind of like the story of the Lion King with Simba and with Scar, and where Scar makes him believe that he's responsible for what happens, and so he must run away and never return. And so the first book is called River Run, because he literally, in the first book, he runs away. But what happens is he loses both of his parents. He has an older sister. The older sister is expected to become the new chief of their tribe. And because of that, because the current chief, who is the villain, is threatened by the fact that she knows that this girl is going to end up being the next chief, and she doesn't want that to happen, she assassinates her. And the brother, his name is Son of River, sees it. And so he points the finger and says, she killed my sister. And that's kind of like, what is this boy doing accusing our chief of killing one of our own? So he has no choice but to run, and he ends up running and getting captured, as you can imagine, by the other tribe, and that's where book 2 happens. But in book 1, I get to show what this tribe is like, and that's what I've been working on here with my research. So I've got my outlines here, I've got my social structure, facts about the tribe that I need to know, that are specific to both tribes. They go across both, and then I have some information about the other 2 tribes that differentiate them from each other. And I have, different types of creatures. I remember, I think I had mentioned that I did 29 character sheets. These are all of them right here. Green means they're done. So this is the information that I answer for each of the characters. All of the characters have all of this answered about them. So it helps me to understand who they are, what they are, and things of that nature. And one of the key things that they do has to do with naming the when you reach the age of choosing. So when you're born, you are born as if you're a boy, you're the son of whatever your father's name is. And if you're a girl, when you're born, you are the daughter of whatever your mother's name is. So you don't actually have a name. You choose your name when you reach the age of choosing. So for the first 16 years of your life, you are considered to be the son of or the daughter of whomever. And then at the age of choosing, you pronounce what you want your name to be. And whatever you want your name to be will then be what you are called by the tribe moving forward. Okay, so in this instance, my main character has not reached the age of choosing yet, so he is Son of River. And then his sister is Daughter of Serene, but she has reached the age of choosing, which I like because I get to go over what that ceremony looks like. It's a whole ceremony where they do this whole thing, smoke and dancing and chanting and this whole thing, and then they have the ceremony where they get to speak out loud what they want their name to be moving forward. And then they get assigned a role within the tribe. Now in the Thai core tribe, women rule, men are literally just the muscle. So I love this because the women are the warriors and the hunters, and the men are the gatherers and the laborers. So what that means is when they need to hunt for animals, the women will go out and kill the animals, and then the men are the gatherers, so they will literally just hoist the animals up on their shoulders or whatever and carry it back to the tribe. That's the only purpose that the man serves. Or if you're a warrior and you have to go out and fight whomever, then the men are the laborers, and they literally just carry the weapons. If there are any injured members of their tribe who any of the women get injured, they carry them back to get healed by their healer, or they carry back any of the dead so that they can be properly they can have a proper ceremony of living. It's called the ceremony of life, even though it's really how they bury their dead. So that's all that the men do. Like they don't do it. They are not elders. They cannot be elders. Elders are only women. They cannot be a chief. The chief is only a woman. Any position of authority are all held by the women. And so the certain members of the tribe, i.e. some men, felt that this was unfair, and certain women felt that way too. They felt that the men should carry some of the burden of fighting and killing and these other things. So they left, they kind of defected, if you will, from the original tribe, and they started the Varish tribe on the other side. And on the other side, you can imagine the kind of changes that they implemented, such as either a man or a woman can be a chief, either a man or a woman can be an elder. They have both men and women fighting side by side as both hunters and warriors, gatherers and laborers. There is no divide based on gender or age or anything like that. They just kind of do as they please. And there are also some, because they washed away this clear divide between the sexes, it then has other implications in that, such as in the original tribe, if you're an elder, then you cannot have children, you cannot get married, because you are intended and you are meant to rule, and all that you do is for the tribe as a whole. And so if it's believed, if you have a family, then you will have a certain biases towards your family, and it will blind you towards doing what's right for the entire tribe, right? So once you are named an elder, you basically remain an elder until you die, and then upon your death, the shaman of the tribe will then name the next elder. And they usually name someone, obviously, who is not married, who does not have children, but who has reached the age of choosing. And then that person will become and fill that slot of the elder who died. But juxtaposition to that, if you're an elder in the other tribe, you can like retire and choose to no longer want to be an elder, and then someone else will be named by the shaman. But the difference is, you can be married, you can have children. Does that make it that they have a certain bias? I can't say yes or no, but there kind of is. There is also this difference in that there are gay relationships that happen in the other tribe that do not happen in the originating tribe, because there is such a divide within the sexes and such a hierarchy that there isn't in the offshoot tribe. So in many ways, there are so many differences just based on the fact that they changed that key rule, which is that men and women are equal in one tribe and men and women are not equal in the other, and how those two differences appear. And my main character gets to see that when he gets captured by the other tribe and he spends time with them. And when he's with them, it's almost like the Timon and Pumbaa moment in The Lion King, in that he grows up to be a man and then he returns to his original tribe to exact revenge against Scar and against the killing of his father. In my book, he grows up to be a man. He goes through the age of choosing ceremony with this other tribe. He sees the possibilities that a man can be chief, that men can be more than just the labor and the gatherer. And he takes that information, that knowledge, that anger, that revenge mentality, and he takes it back home to now exact revenge on the chief, who he sees as a serious threat and an issue. And that's the story that I'm telling here in 4 books, basically. And the first book is really just all of this setup, and it ends, like I said, the first book ends with the end of Act 2, it breaking into Act 3, is the assassination of his sister, and then and him running away. And then the beginning of Act 3 is when he gets kidnapped by the other tribe, and it ends on kind of like a very cliffhangery ending, which I can't really go into because it'll be spoilery. But he's without parents. His father was killed when he was just under 1 year old. His father died, so he's living with with everyone telling him just how amazing his father was at what he did. And so they're expecting him to follow in his father's footsteps, a man he doesn't even know. And so he has to contend with that weight on his shoulders, that he's expected to follow in the footsteps of a man who's a stranger to him. And the person who's expected to teach him now, because his father's not there, is his father's former partner, who is Son of Oak. And that's like its own sort of like a B story, if you will, to the A story, because this is a fully grown man who is still Son of Oak because he had an accident that happened to him that caused him to be in a coma for a very long time, and he actually, ironically or unironically, was in a coma during the time when he would have undergone his own age of choosing. And so when he came out of the coma, and he was told what happened, what transpired when he had that accident that put him in the coma, which was that he was severely injured and his parents were basically tragically killed during, it was a war that was happening. He was asked if he wanted to do the age of choosing, and he said no, that he was not ready. He had to relearn a lot of things and learn who he was. He lost his memory of his parents. He lost his memory of his childhood. And so he felt that he could not choose a name because he couldn't remember who he was. And that's very important when you choose a name, is knowing who you are and being very secure in that. And he was not secure in that. So he's now, in his 40s, and he's still Son of Oak because he still feels like he's not ready to undergo that. And so he's got his own demons to battle and his own arc to overcome in the story, where, does he eventually do the ceremony of choosing? Does he choose a name? What name does he choose? All of that that goes along, all that baggage that goes along with it. I wish I could speak so concisely about my book. I just love the act of storytelling, quite honestly. And so while it's killing me to not start writing until May 24th, going back to originally what I was saying about my mental breakdown, when I decided and made the conscious decision to return to writing a novel, the first thing I said was, I want to take at least 3 months to do it. No question about it. I am not going to do the same mistakes that I did before, right? So what I decided was, I plotted out what my steps would be here. And so I basically started April, around April 1st or whatever, that the first week in April, where I said I would do my world building, which was all of this stuff here that I've got. Was all literally done. Like I've got goblins here in my story. The shaman are goblins, and the reason for that is because goblins outlive humans by hundreds of years. And so in each tribe, they each have their own goblin who is their shaman. So it's like their historian, and the reason why they pick them is, again, like I said, they live hundreds of years. So they would be the best to be there when a lot of the changing of the chief happens. And so they would have a lot of the history and the knowledge, and they like that about them. So there are 2 goblins in my story. I've got pixies, or at least 1 pixie in my story. And then skinwalkers, which is the best thing that I found doing my research. And I am so happy that I was doing research, because I don't think I would have discovered or uncovered what a skinwalker is, what they are, and how vital they are to Native American history and culture if I hadn't done the research. So yes, my villain, not a spoiler, is a skinwalker, and I lay a lot of breadcrumbs to alluding to the fact that there is a skinwalker present, that my characters know it, and that a lot of them have an inkling that she might be, but until they can definitively prove it, they can't simply accuse her of it. And so a lot of them walk on thin lines here. But I do have a skinwalker, and they are gross, man. And let me tell you, they are creepy. Like, first of all, you have to do a ritual in order to become a skinwalker, and the ritual is you have to kill an immediate, close relation and drink their blood. Okay? This is what you have to do. And there's a bunch of other, like, you have to chant some things and do some things. But immediate close relation. So it can't be like a second cousin. No. It's got to be like a mother, a brother, a sister, a father. Like that square, those 4 points, you got to kill one of those, drink their blood, do the thing, and then you become a skinwalker, which is the most evil thing that you can be. And they look evil. Oh, they're really cool. Really cool. But there are ways to kill them. They do have vulnerabilities. There are all these things. So I answered all of that here, as you can see. I have wildebeest, which is the creme de la creme of the animals that they kill, eat, and use a lot of their bones and skin and things for like clothing and weapons and a whole manner of stuff. So wildebeest is like there are other animals, but that's the one that they always, if they have a sighting of wildebeest, that they will get a hunting party together and go capture and kill them. They also will capture them and keep them alive because wildebeests are also quite large. At least mine are. Real wildebeests are not anywhere near the kind of wildebeest that I have morphed them into. I've basically made a wildebeest and turned them into the size of a horse. And the reason why I did this is because the mountain that they live on is much too steep, and so there is no realistic way that I could say that these natives use horses to travel around, because these horses would never be able to run and do the things that they needed to do to go up and down the mountain that they live on. But wildebeest, these particularly can, because they are much more muscular. Their hooves are different, whereas their hooves with some claws at the end of them that they can extend and use to grip the ground. So there's a lot of differences that I incorporated into what these kind of, super morphed wildebeests are, that I just didn't want to do to horses, because I do want to have horses in their natural state in my universe. So I didn't want to, do any crazy crap to a horse, because people know what horses are, and people are less likely to know what a wildebeest is. They might have to look it up and Google it to be like, what's a wildebeest? Is that a real animal? And so, so I felt like I had much more latitude to change up what a wildebeest is. And then I've got, my location sheet. So here's the Kinnaman split I was talking about earlier, where I tell you some things about it. And each side of the mountain now becomes the Tycor Mountain and the Varus Mountain. The town is Hartmeyer, which is just outside of the Tycor mountainside. I'm working on maps, which is actually what I'm going to be doing for the last hour of this stream. I'm actually going to open up 2 map creating programs, Wonderdraft and Incarnate, and continue work on creating the map for this world. I'm using both programs because I want to do a compare and contrast blog on it. And I think she's probably not here anymore, but Kavanaugh had asked me where my blog can be found, and so it's here. I actually just posted, it's going to post tomorrow. I did a first impressions post on Wonderdraft versus Incarnate, and so it'll have like images of what each one looks like side by side, because I'm creating the same map in both programs. And I'm gonna, at the end, which I'm gonna take a full 3 weeks to do this, 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks, that will then lead me into May 24th, when I will start actually writing. I will have done all of my world building. I will have maps, all the things. But here's my where my blog is, eldrayton.com/blog. My website is eldrayton.com, because that's the name I use when I write or publish my work. It's eldrayton. But what I was supposed to be working on, but I ended up writing these blog posts, is I was supposed to be filling in more of my for patrons section. So I have a Patreon, and if you're a patron, you get all this information without needing to watch my stream or have me regurgitate it out to you. I literally copy and paste this all in my website, but it's behind basically a paywall of Patreon. So starting at $3 a month, you basically get access to this. I will give you access to my vomit draft as I do each book. So I've already got it here. I haven't started yet, but once I start writing chapters in each act, I will then drop those chapters in here, and I already have it like set up and ready to go. Each chapter is gonna have a name. So you'll be able to come in here, and again, like right here, you see it says this content is for patrons only. It's not locked for you because you are an administrator. If I wasn't signed in as an admin, if I even tried to get to this, I wouldn't see this stuff. I would actually see language that would stipulate you have to be a patron in order to see it. Click this link to become a patron. But yeah, so you'll be able to click in here, and I'm just gonna literally copy and paste the chapter right in here. So you'll get to see my vomit draft. You'll also get to see I'm working on how many drafts I'm gonna do for each, and I think I've narrowed it down. I have it here. I have a tracker going where I'm going to do. It's gonna end up being 3 drafts. So my vomit draft, my second draft, and then my final. However, I think I'm adding a draft because I'm going to incorporate getting beta readers. Which is what I was working on when you guys got here. I'm writing a blog post about, and this is going to be a long blog post too, let me tell you. It's probably going to be 3,000 words, but it's the Alpha, Beta, Gamma Readers 101. So I'm talking about what each one is, what their purpose is, why they're important, how many of each you should have, because you don't want to have too many cooks in the kitchen at the wrong stage of your writing process. So you want to make sure that you don't overwhelm yourself in the early stages or in the end stages by deciding I'm just going to open the floodgates, and as many people want to be alpha readers, that's how many I'll have, and as many want to be beta and gamma readers, that's how many I'll have. You could end up making it a much harder thing on yourself than necessary. But I actually want to finish this because I want to put it in my cycle. I have a lot of blog posts that are scheduled to post, and so that's what I've been working on right now. I've actually been I figured I would take a bit of a break, but I can show you what my maps look like because I am going to need to open them later anyway. I just have to go to my area. See, I'm very organized, as you can see here. Here are all of my writing projects. So Stonehaven is not, unfortunately, the only universe and series that I've created. This one is my fantasy series. I have a magicianry series because I'm learning card magic, by the way, in real life. So I thought of this entire world of where it's based on being a magician, and that's your that's like the in thing. This world is not in Stonehaven. Like, this is literally a whole other series, and it doesn't have magic in it in the sense of like wizards and wands and things. This is literally doing magic as an illusion. Okay, so and the premise of this is basically that card magic is outlawed, and I won't go into too many details, but I went a bit like crazy with this one, and I yearn to get back to it because I really love the idea that I did this when I did this, and I went so far as to do like family trees, which I love. I don't know if any of you guys do. Oh, why are you not letting me open this? If any of you guys do family trees, but I love doing them. Even from when I was a little kid, and my mom sat me and my brother down, and she did our family tree. The idea and the concept of going back generationally like that, and doing family trees is just so cool to me. So let me just show you the family trees that I was working on. Which one is more in depth? Let's look at this one. Okay, so here is one of the family, and I think I might have done this in Photoshop. But here's a family tree that I did for one of the families. They were like, and I have a plan to do, I think originally, like, there's going to be like 10 different family trees. Um, but so this is a family that has a long lineage of magicians dating back 100 years. And so yeah, I have a backstory in my mind for each of these people. You know, who they married, the Rochesters, you know. And there's another family that I have where um, he basically sexually assaulted two women, and they got pregnant invariably and had children, but they were born stillborn. So I've got like whole, like, this area here, on this left hand side with this king Teddy. He's a real piece of work. So these two women on the far left, one was 18 and one was 15 at the time. You know, he had twins with the one who was 15, and then a stillborn son with the girl who was 18. She's over there on the side, but he actually married a Rochester again. He has another Rochester. So I've got like all of these things here. This is for an entirely different like world, that I just kind of, you know, built out in my mind. Out of sheer boredom, I think, at the time. Twin crossing is a crazy idea that I have of an illustrated novel, which is not a graphic novel, but it's a novel that has fully drawn illustrations within it, and it's called Twin Crossing. It's kind of like a mix, a combination of Lost meets Once Upon a Time. It's crossing those two kind of storylines together. And then I have my Sterling. Oh, this is a typo. My Sterling Adams mystery series, because I love Agatha Christie. So I do at some point want to write my own mystery series, like Hercule Poirot or Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes. So I have Sterling Adams, which is, you know, takes place during New York City, and the boom of the MTA, of the Underground train station, and how they policed it, and how there was a lot of crime that happened when the subway was first starting to get built, and that the NYPD refused to police this underground grouping of tunnels that they were planning to put down there because they were stretched too thin. So they told the person who was behind it that they were going to have to figure it out themselves. And so Sterling Adams she's a private eye, and she gets hired from time to time by this secret organization of police who are policing the subway systems to help them solve some crimes that happen underground. So my idea is to take the letters of the alphabet of the MTA, and incorporate them into the title, similar to Sue Grafton's alphabet series, or Janet Ivanovich's number series, that sort of thing. And then I have this idea for just a literary fiction, one standalone by itself novel called The Compound, which is based on my love of serial killers, serial murders, documentaries, podcast documentaries, and things like that. There was a podcast documentary that I watched. I think it was called The Teacher's Pet, about this pair of twin brothers, and one of the twin brothers had a wife who went missing, and he claimed that he's actually in Australia right now, and he's like in his 70s, and I think because of this podcast he was subsequently arrested, and he's on trial right now for the possible murder of his wife from like back in the 80s. But anyway, so she left apparently two young daughters behind, and he claims that she joined a cult, and that's why they haven't heard from her or seen her since. And so The Compound is kind of like, why is he on YouTube and not on Twitch? That's weird. Anyway, is what if that were true? And so the idea of the compound is that there's a standoff at literally a compound where there's a cult leader there with a whole bunch of women and all these things, and they invade the compound. Everyone gets out alive, and there's this sheriff who's interviewing this woman because he recognizes her as a woman who was believed to have been dead, and her husband is currently serving life in prison for her murder, and but she doesn't remember that life or anything like that. So the story of the compound is basically him interviewing her, and the interview tapes of their conversations back and forth where he's trying to get her to remember who she is, so that they could right this wrong that this man was telling the truth when he said his wife likely joined a cult, and they didn't believe him. They thought that he killed her, and he's been in jail all this time. And then I have, this idea for the Lost Girls where it's basically a badass Tinkerbell instead of Peter Pan, and how she is, it's a retelling of that. So yeah, I have all of these ideas. I also should have something else here. I don't know why it isn't, but I want to retell The Wizard of Oz. I already did a retelling of The Wizard of Oz. And I wonder if that's on my main page. It might be, but the idea is that Dorothy, her house lands on Glinda the Good Witch and not on the Wicked Witch of the East. And the other change up to my fairy tale twist is that not only that she falls on Glinda the Good Witch, but that Glinda and the Wicked Witch of the West are actually really close friends. So I really changed the dynamic, and the Tin Man, the Lion, and the Scarecrow, their personalities are actually the opposite of what they are in the original. So instead of the lion being this scaredy cat, he's actually this, arrogant ass. And instead of, the Scarecrow being an idiot, he's actually too intelligent. And so they have a differing, and she has to kind of bring them down a peg instead of helping them gain their confidence. And I thought I had it, where I might have it here. And it's free, so if you want to read if you want to read that, my retelling of The Wizard of Oz, it's actually right here. I need to make these things clickable. I don't know why. It's 10,000 words, but I clearly need to go in here and make them clickable so people can read it for free, because it's available for free to read. I also need to fix this. God, so much I need to fix. When I make changes, it's difficult because I have to be like, oh, I have to make this change now everywhere, and not just in this one place. Let me move this over here. Okay, so that's enough for me talking. I feel like I've talked your ears off. If you have any questions for me as I'm continuing my normal writing routine, please do ask away. I love answering questions. I usually get a lot of people coming in here from other streams because they know that I have a lot of answers to a lot of questions. I help people with how to format their novels. If they need that, I actually offer those services. So I will format your ebook for free if you're an indie author, because I want to pay that forward, and I don't want an indie author to feel like they have to pay for that kind of service. I mean, they shouldn't have to. But I have a flat fee if you want me to also do your print book for you and give you those files. And I'm just a fountain of information when it comes to writing, the art and the business of it and all of that stuff. So if you ever have any questions about that, let me know. What Kate does with her YouTube. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to mute, not pause. what she does on her YouTube channel. Like, I want to have a YouTube channel where I give my thoughts and opinions, but I feel like right now I'm better at writing it all down here like this than delivering all this information, which is weird because I stream, and so I'm talking to you right now like nothing, but have the knowledge that it's going to be recorded, and I should be scripted, and I shouldn't be stuttering, or I shouldn't make any mistakes, and then I just clam up and I can't do it. So it's weird to have a fear of um, posting an edited video on YouTube, but I could care less about me sitting here for the last 4 hours and just streaming and just having casual conversation with chat. I don't know. Someday I hope that I will get over that. But that day is not today. Okay, so I was actually in the middle of Gamma Reader, which is the last point that I want to make. Hold on one second. I feel like I should take a brief break. I've been sitting for 2.5 hours, so I'm just gonna take 2 minutes just to kind of like stretch my limbs, because I can't believe I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours and I have not gotten up once in that time. So 2 minutes, be back. Okay, I think that was 2 minutes. I don't really know, but we'll say that was 2 minutes. As a OG streamer, I can stream for like 6+ hours and not even break a sweat about it, which is probably both good and bad, but you crush it with thinking you've caught all the typos, fixed any story issues. I just realized, let's unmute this. Oh yeah, that's why I stopped there. I needed to jump back. Okay, I just wanted to add that caveat in there because I do know some writers who do that where they have like group A and group B for their beta readers. So they will have a group A beta reader set, and then they'll have a group B, and usually they'll do that so that they can confirm that the issues that they got from group A are now fixed in such a way where they won't have those same issues with group B. The only trouble with that is, and I do mention that in the beta reader section that I wrote, is we're all different. Everyone is different. We all have different likes and dislikes. So there's no real way to know that what the people in group A liked and disliked will be the same things that the people in group B liked and disliked. So you may find yourself where you actioned things that the people in group A, all of them said this is a problem, and they all pointed to the same place, the same situation, the same scene. And so you correct it or you fix it so that it works for them. But then you get to group B, and those people don't like the correction that you made. And it's possible if you had given group B the version of the manuscript that you gave group A, that they probably would never have even pointed out that issue. So you probably would not have made that change from one group to the other. So that's why it's really hit or miss how much of the feedback that you get from your beta readers you actually action. So that's why for me, I say I like to have an odd number. I wouldn't do like a group A and a group B or however many groups of them, but I do want an odd number of beta readers, because if I have, let's say 5, or let's make it smaller, 3, if I have 3 beta readers and 2 of them point out the same issue, then I'm more likely to look at that issue and possibly action it than I am going to look at where only one beta reader of the 3 had an issue with something and the other 2 didn't even have any feedback or comment about it. I'm likely going to set that aside as something low bar that I likely will not fix unless I want to, unless I felt that that was an issue myself, and then I would be like that deciding vote. But at least this way you can have a tipping scale, because if you have 4, 2 people say they don't like this, and then the other 2 people give you feedback that they loved it, what do? You've got 2 who love it, 2 who hate it. You're likely to get that. So you want to, so my only real advice when putting together a beta reader team, really 2 pieces of advice. One is odd number, and the second, which just escaped me right now, odd number of beta readers, and what was the other one? Oh, that you don't have too many. So when I say odd number, don't get 7, don't get 9. And again, the reason for that is, one, if you have like 7 or 9, that means you have to now wait for those 7 or 9 people to get their feedback back to you. And if you're waiting for that from an entire like manuscript of, let's say, 90,000 words, you may have given them a deadline, but you'll likely have some who will get you something earlier than the deadline, and now you have to sit on that, because your instinct would be, oh, I've got these 2, let me just look at them and action them before I get the other 7, right? Huge mistake, because you want to make sure you have all of them before you start actioning anything. So the last thing you want to do is be sitting and having to wait impatiently for 9 people to get you their stuff, or for you to now be harassing those other 4 or 5 who haven't gotten you theirs yet, just because these 3 got you theirs early, right? You gave them a timeline. If they are going to use the entire time before they give it to you on the 11th hour, they can do that. And the last thing you want to do is annoy them for doing something that they're basically doing for free to help you and do you a favor. So to prevent you from having that tick or that need to be like, okay, if this person got it to me early, why can't they get it to me early? Maybe I should just ping them. Maybe I should send them an email. Maybe I should harass the crap out of them so that the next time I need a beta reader, they drop out and they decide not to. Before you get to that point, my suggestion is have a smaller pool so you're not sitting there waiting for 1,000 people to get you their feedback back, and so you don't have 1,000 people to now filter through their feedback. Because what you're going to need to do once you have, 5 people and their feedback is you're going to need to make some sort of organized thing for yourself, either a document or a spreadsheet, where you're going to say, okay, from chapter 1, these 3 all had the same note about this part in chapter 1. Boom. Now, only one person had this note to say about something in chapter 4. Boom. And you're going to want to go through your entire manuscript and all the notes from all your beta readers and organize them. And then once you've got them organized, then you will like either black out or delete or take out and move it to like the slush pile, all the places where only one beta reader out of the whole had a note to say, because you're going to want to focus on the areas where 3 or more or 2 or more had the same note about the same thing. Those are the ones you want to pay attention to. The rest of them just put to the side, right? So again, in this instance, you do want to have a good pool to get, but you don't want to have too many because you don't want to overwhelm yourself. And again, for beta readers, I'm sure you've heard this, you want to make sure that they're within your target audience. If they're not within your target audience, just because they're a good beta reader or because they were a beta reader for you when you were writing romance, doesn't mean they're going to make a good beta reader for your fantasy, sci-fi, pulp fiction, right? If romance is their go-to favorite thing to read, they should be a beta reader for romance. You don't want someone who loves romance to now want to read or be a beta reader for your horror thriller, because they're going to give you feedback that's not going to be helpful. That's just the way it is. So you want to make sure when you get a beta reader that you have a set of questions that you ask them so that you can ascertain if they would be a good fit and they would fit into the demographic of what you or who you are, who your book is geared towards. If you make sure that person maybe is a member of the gay community, maybe they're they're Black or they're Asian or things like that, and you need to be able to caveat that when you ask those questions so that they don't feel that you're putting them on the spot, but make that person who wants to be a beta reader understand that it's because you want to make sure that this book that you're writing for this particular community fits and it works for them. And the only way to do that is to have members of that community read your work. So, and I actually spent some time, and I'm still working on it because I know it's always going to be a work in progress for me. Hold on one second. I just want to change this very quickly because I did this. I don't know why that has design library up there. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So on my main page, when I go home, I just added this, and I'm gonna actually put it in my email newsletter. So if you want to sign up for my newsletter, I think I have a command for this, and if I don't, I'll need to make one. Okay, I need to update the information that it says, but that should be... Yes, okay, so if you sign up there, you will get my newsletter. Let me close this window. So you can sign up. I release a newsletter on the first of every month. But anyway, I just added this beta readers wanted up here on my website. And I created a Google form, which I actually embedded into my website so it doesn't take them out of it. You remain in my website to join the Stonehaven team. And I put a lot of information up here to kind of, try to explain why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking, for your name, your email, where you're located. So I'm asking these questions again, not to, be rude, but because I want to make sure they fit into my target audience. Because if they don't, I don't want a bunch of white dudes, let's say, reading my 4 books that are on Native American culture. I may want someone who at least is interested in it, has maybe read something similar to it, might be any number of things, right? But I just need to know it, and I need to be able to ask it without having someone say I'm being discriminatory. I'm not, because I'm not going to turn any beta readers away, but I do want to try to give precedence and preference to someone who comes closer to what my target audience is than to someone who doesn't, but for the sake of being able to say, well, I have a team of 11 beta readers. What good is 11 beta readers if 9 of them are so far removed from your target audience that the feedback they give you is less than helpful, right? So you want to, be able to know who your target audience is and be okay with not accepting every single person who wants to be a beta reader just because they have the best intentions. You want to make sure at least 50%, if not more, of your beta reader pool is your target audience, because otherwise you're going to end up making changes and actioning things that would adhere more towards what they like, which is not what your target audience would like. So think. I'm thinking you've caught all the typos, fixed any such, and your final draft is here. Even with tradition. I know I spelled that wrong. Not saying that kind.
and get on the horn to seek out gamma readers, giving them 4 to 6 weeks to read and give them exactly one directive. As I do a typo on the word typo. Because that's the kind of person I am. Pushing release to gives you plenty of time to find gamma readers if you don't have them ready. Before you upload. I know some writers who do use gamma readers will simply reach out to their beta readers and ask them if they I'm not sure I'd go this route. Like me, would much prefer fresh. Unlike alpha or beta readers can be being able to have a new group that in there. I don't want to give anyone any ideas that they really shouldn't be doing. Okay, so I feel like there was one more note I wanted to make. Oh, there's something else I wanted to add about beta readers. Oh, there's so much to know. Okay, the last thing you want to do is annoy any of these kinds of readers, especially the early alpha and beta readers, as they can be hard to come by. Why am I getting rated by all my favorite people? That's so crazy. First, I was rated by Kavanaugh Rights, and now the other person I happen to be watching is about to raid me. It's so funny. Before you hit send on that email, you think is innocently asking how things are going to me. Hello, and welcome to the stream. As I bang my keys here. Thanks for the wonderful compliment, or backhanded compliment, I'm not really sure. Carrot. I was actually rated earlier, so I thought it was just so funny. That's the day of all days, as I am like back from my recovery period on day 2, that I'm getting rated twice. Hey, aggressively typing. Yes. I'm eventually going to get a mount for my mic so that it's not literally on my desk right next to my keyboard, so it doesn't have that pounding of the keys. But I'm actually writing a blog post because I've been like blog post crazy lately. I feel like everything that I wish I could say animatedly on a YouTube video, I've just been like crushing it writing these blog posts. So I'm writing a blog post about the differences between alpha, beta, and gamma readers, what they are, who they are, when you should use them, why you should use them, how many of each type of reader you should have, and just the all around how helpful it can and is for many writers. But from what I gather, many writers will only use beta readers, but they don't actually either know what an alpha reader and a gamma reader is, or they just simply choose not to use them just because they find it so difficult to find beta readers. But they are 3 very different kinds of people, which would be found and utilized in 3 very different kinds of ways. And I think if more of us use them for the reasons that they are intended to be used for, it would go a long way, especially for people who may only be able to afford one type of editor. If you do it right and use these alpha, beta, and gamma readers, only having the finances to have one editor is okay. Again, like I said, if you use these different types of readers who are voluntary readers and you don't pay them, can really help you and go a long way. And then the other blog post that I finished writing earlier is does outlining ruin discovery writing, because I was watching a YouTube video this morning from one of the many YouTube or AuthorTube personalities that I watch, and she had said this made this comment, and it's a comment that I've heard so many times, and I don't understand how from a traditional writer to a self-published writer to a new writer, they literally all have the same comment, which is, I'll never outline in full detail all the beats in my story ahead of time because it will ruin the joy I get from discovery writing. And that comment, I honestly, it baffles me when I hear it. And like I said, I've heard it from traditional authors, I've heard it from self-published authors, I've heard it from new authors. So I've heard it from the gamut. And anyone who has this fear or loathing and hatred for outlines, it's almost always for the same reason. They feel like an outline literally is like selling their soul to the devil, and now they are no longer creative, and they can no longer be creative because they are now shackled to the outline. It's almost like they have a self-hired gunman holding a gun to their head, daring them to stray from their outline, and if they do, they will be shot by this self-hired gunman. And the key phrase there being self-hired, because you're doing it to yourself, right? At the end of the day, this hatred or this fear that you have for this outline, and this notion that if you outline, then you no longer can discovery write, is literally something that you've imposed upon yourself, and you shouldn't be. Like, I don't know where that, it just, and hearing it again today, it was kind of like eye-opening for me, because I'm like, wow, it really comes from all corners of the writing world and community, this idea that if I outline, then then that joy of discovering new things and new possibilities and new outcomes to the story automatically go away, because I'm shackled. I wrote the outline, and now I'm doomed because I can't stray, and if I stray, it will be the end of all mankind as we know it. And that's just not true. To a lot of people, especially if they're in a bad way or not totally happy with their lives, writing represents ultimate freedom. Even self-imposed restrictions seem onerous if this is the only area of your life where you can really do whatever you want to do. Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I think people need to stop thinking of an outline like the end all and be all to their story. For me, I look at an outline because when I come up with an idea, and I don't know, Garrett, if you're the same way, but when I have an idea, it literally starts flowing out of me to the point where I need a pen, I need a paper, I need a laptop, I need my phone, I need something, because it's just going to keep flowing out of me, and it's like I can't write it down or type it out fast enough because it's all just coming together. The stream of consciousness is real. And so for me, an outline is simply a way for me to remember and recall the brilliance that was there from the moment of conception, right? Because the second you conceive this idea and this thing, it can be gone like that. Like, you could be distracted, and you know, my wife might make a comment to me and need me to answer a question, and no sooner do I answer her question do I say, holy shit, I just lost the brilliant idea. That was so brilliant. And then I'm frustrated with myself, right? So for me, I do what I call a simple outline, and then I do a detailed outline later. And the simple outline is literally just me just throwing the shit because I had the idea, and it sounds like the second coming, like it's going to be the greatest story ever told, and I need to write it down. And that way I don't forget it, 20, 30, 40,000 words in. I can look back on the pearls of wisdom, and either I look back on it and I say, what the fuck was this crap that I thought of when I first came up with this idea? Or I can look back on it and say, oh my God, yes, I remember I had that initial idea and that's how I wanted this thing to end. And I'm so glad I looked back on it, because I want to make sure that I put that thing in, and that it doesn't, that I don't forget it, because it was brilliant then and it's still brilliant months later, and I don't want to forget it. So for me, an outline, I don't necessarily call it guideline, I call it breadcrumbs. That's what I think of Hansel and Gretel. And the concept of the breadcrumbs is they know that they're going to stray and they may get lost along the way. So the breadcrumbs is how they find their way back, right? So for me, an outline is breadcrumbs. I know myself and I know that I'm going to start writing and I am going to not look at my outline, because I'm going to be so engrossed in the prose and the dialogue, and my characters are going to say things I didn't know they were going to say, and they're going to do things I didn't think that they were going to be capable of doing, and things are going to happen, and shit's going to get real, and I'm not going to look at my outline. But when I take a pause and I finish a chapter, or, I just, I'm wiping the sweat from my brow because I just did a crazy ass scene, or a tear from my eye, then I may take a brief moment to glance at my outline. And that's when I look at it and I say, ooh, I really strayed far into the wilderness. But there is this scene that I wrote down in my detailed outline that I want, that needs to happen. This conversation needs to take place. This moment needs to be captured. And so therefore that breadcrumb is now going to rein me back, so that I can make sure that I can have that moment happen. And then I go off the rails again. So for me, like I said, it's breadcrumbs, and usually I only adhere to 10% of those breadcrumbs. So I I stray and then I come back to a breadcrumb. So I come back to about 10 breadcrumbs out of the whole. Um, so I'm not exactly, so I don't stick to it, because that's not what it's there for. The outline is there as a tool, not a weapon, right? Think of the outline as a tool you're using to build a thing, not as a weapon that's being wielded against you to destroy your very soul. And I think that people who hate outlines, they see it as a weapon of mass destruction, and less as a tool to build the house, right? It's not the TNT bomb that's going under the house that's going to blow it up. It's the screwdriver and the nails and the hammer that's going to help you build the thing and make it better. So the outline and the writing are both their own creative avenues, but they help each stay on the main goal. Yeah, I mean, it's like building a house without a foundation. It's going to sink. It's going to fall apart. To me, you can also look at an outline as the foundation. It's the brick and mortar. It's the slabs of cement. It's the steel beams, or the wood beams that are going across to keep everything standing upright and leveled, right? So without the foundation, what do you got? I feel like there's an analogy in, like, dancing. In my opinion, at least, a choreographed dance routine is always going to look better than someone just getting up there and flailing. But just free dancing is a lot more fun. That's usually what people are talking about when they say they want to go dancing. So some people would rather just dance than sit down and take the time to choreograph and then practice a whole routine. And if that's the experience they prefer, that's valid, even if I don't think it results in as good of a final product usually. Go to work. Great seeing you. Have an awesome stream. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I agree, because I also feel, and I think, like, this is an entirely separate blog post that I should write, is how much time are you, I don't want to say wasting, but how much time are you spending when you solely discovery write versus outlining and discovery writing after you've outlined, right? Because there are some people who outline and they adhere very strictly to the outline. Those people do exist. They want to be handcuffed. They want to have the roadmap. They don't want to stray from the road. They don't want a fork in the road. If they have a fork in the road, they literally hit that wall and that writer's block and they can't move forward. So there are people who will outline every breath the character takes, every move they make, right? They outline it and they write it thusly. So I'm not talking about those people, but I'm curious in how much time is spent for the discovery writer to get the story right. You know, how many drafts are they going through? How many, how much feedback are they getting back from beta readers and their editors on things that they have to fix, and how long and how much time is spent on doing that versus the person who outlined, did discovery writing, uses the beta readers, has the editors. But I would bet there was less time spent for the person who outlines and does the discovery writing than the person who just does the discovery writing. Even if they are this Stephen King, who we all know hates the outline and thinks of it as the devil itself. But there is something to be said for having structure and not building the structure as you go, because you can't build the roof and the foundation at the same time, right? You can't install the windows without having the wall up first, right? You need the wall with the open square to then fit the window in there. And doing things out of order that way so that you can discovery write can lead to needing to tear the whole wall down, needing to uproot the whole foundation and lay a whole new foundation because you had a linchpin 3/4 of the way through that you could have discovered or you could have known about had you done the outline first to, make sure that didn't happen. But you didn't do that. So now you've got to, knock down 2 walls, recut new windows, and your door doesn't fit, using the building a house as an analogy thing. And so you need to take that into account when you're working on your story. I'm not saying that discovery writing is bad. I'm just saying thinking, maybe people who discovery write want to spend 6 months, a year, 2 years on fixing those things and spending that time and being in the weeds and literally doing really the outlining after they've done the writing. To me, I feel like that's really what ends up happening. You discovery write, bam. And now after you discovery write and you discover the issues, you're now almost forced to discovery write, outline, and then come back around again. And some people like doing that, and that they like that to be able to say they spent 2 years on this opus. And then there are people like me and Garrett who want to say we spent 4 to 6 months on our opus. There you go. Either you love it or you hate it. I don't know. Okay, so this is a really long ass post. This is probably one of the longest posts I've written. It's 3,151 words. But I want to take these 2 that I've written so far and add them to my cycle. I've got a list of scheduled blog posts, and I think at the rate in which I am like coming up with these blog post ideas and then writing them down and getting them ready, I could probably for the next month or so look at releasing 2 blog posts a week. I was trying to only just do 1 blog post a week, but I feel like at this rate I would have blog posts planned out all the way through the fall, and I don't really want to have myself be that far ahead in the blog post writing game. I want to feel like I'm writing fresh blog posts and they're going up within a couple of weeks of me writing them and not feel like I just wrote a blog post today and I'm scheduling it to be posted in October. Like, that just seems silly. So, like you can see right here, I have blog posts all through the end of this month, but I'm going to start stacking them so that that doesn't happen. And I'm going to try to release 2 a week as opposed to 1 a week. And then maybe I won't be too far ahead of myself in doing that. So May will still be all set. So we've got 2 coming out this week, 1 tomorrow and then 1 on Friday. And then next week, Wednesday, I think I will add the one about outlining and discovery writing. She's a screenwriter, actually. She writes horror comedy, and she's a director. So she is a screenwriter slash director. And she is where I actually got wait, I forget. I think I'm on default and then 80. Yep. She is where I incorporated the notion of writing a vomit draft. She writes, most screenwriters, their first draft, they don't consider a rough draft. They call it a vomit draft. And so I call my first draft, my rough draft, I call it a vomit draft. And I like calling it that because it reminds me that it's not meant to be pretty. Vomit's not pretty. Vomit is meant to be exactly what it is, which is you regurgitating words forth from your brain, from your mind, onto the page. And it's meant to be a hotbed of stewing shitbags, right? It's not intended to be your best work. And if you think of it that way, then you should be able to continue to write, even knowing that what you're writing is really bad. Because the joy and the journey of writing is in the editing, not in the actual writing itself. So you write so that you can edit, and you edit so that others can read it. And so you have to do it in that order. You write it, then you edit it, then others read it, right? And then you've got your editors and your gammas and your betas in there. Yeah, I can't if I have to stop and edit as I write, I would never finish anything. I will say that right now. If I was writing and then editing immediately after everything that I wrote, I would not finish anything. So I already know that, like the way Garrett does it, I don't know how he does it that way, because he's releasing semi fully edited episodes. That would be difficult for me to do, because like I said, I don't know. I would feel the need and the urge and the itch to go all the way back to the beginning and read it forward. And so if I was doing it, like, let's say every 5 chapters, and then I was on chapter 20, right? I just wrote a chunk of 5 chapters. Now I just finished writing chapter 20. If I were to edit chapters 15 through 20, I couldn't do that. I would need to go all the way back to chapter 1, read forward, and edit all of chapters 1 through 20. And then if I wrote the next 25, I'd need to roll back to chapter 1 and move forward all the way to end to chapter 25, and so on and so forth. So that, like I said, I would never finish, because I would be spending so much time rereading the same grouping of chapters over and over and over again, that it would make me so sick and disgusted with the work that I was working on, that I would just say, screw that, I'm not going to write this book. But that's just the way that my mind works, in the same way that the mind of someone who hates outlines works, in that they feel like if they outline, then it takes away their creativity. I know it's not true. I know it's all in my head. I know I don't technically, literally, physically have to go all the way back to page 1, chapter 1, in order to edit, chapters 15 through 20, but is what it is, man. It is what it is. Does out. What am I typing? Does outlining. Oh my god. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Outlining. Ruin. Discovery. Writing. Okay. Now I'm just gonna copy all of this, right? There's nothing fancy about this one. Okay. So I basically wrote 4,000 words today. 4,000 words in 3.5 hours. Sheesh. It's a lot of words. Let's just paste this right on in here. Let's do this and let's do that. Let's remove all these spaces. I hate that it does this. Okay. So that's over there. Let's come back over here and let's fix. It has been nothing but one rainy day after the other, let me tell you. Okay, so I'm not publishing this immediately. I'm going to publish this next week on the 12th. And I think I like 10:30 a.m. for the time to publish. And let me do some other things. I need to do a featured image for this. But let me do some categories and tags first. I'm gonna put this under myths and writing, and I'm gonna let myths be the primary category. And now let's do some whoa, where did my I think that's all of the categories I wanted to put, or the tags. I'll schedule this now, and then I'll work on the featured images another day. I thought I fixed. Wasn't it supposed to be 80? I thought it was supposed to be 80. I just might have to look into that. Maybe it's not 80. It's a 5-minute read. Not bad. I can't wait to see what the other one's gonna be. Jeez. Alright, let's check. This one can close now. I also have to update this to incorporate. I'm not gonna use an alpha reader. because I don't think I'll be able to get one or find one right now. And I don't necessarily feel like I want one. I don't want to put that on myself, but just for the sake of people who are in the room who may not know what an alpha reader is. An alpha reader is someone, I mean, you can kind of think of it as alpha is the beginning, alpha being the beginning, omega being the end. So alpha at the beginning would be the person who reads your unedited manuscript. So literally my vomit draft. So after I wrote my vomit draft, I would then pass that piece of crap over to an alpha reader who, bless their soul, would take that piece of crap and would point out errors that would normally be pointed out by a beta reader, but they would point it out in its early infancy. Like right at birth. You just birthed the thing and they would do that. They're not an editor, so they wouldn't be pointing out typos or punctuation or grammar unless they felt it necessary to do so, but you wouldn't be, using them as for that reason. It really would be for someone to be like a second pair of eyes for yourself because you've been so close to that work. It's your baby now, so you may not be as critical of your work as you would like to think you would be. So this would be, like you, if you could take yourself out of yourself and literally read it for what it is, and then give you notes and feedback on that. For an alpha reader, you wouldn't want too many cooks in the kitchen because it is your vomit draft. Already going in that it's crap. They know already going in that it's crap. So it's, it's not going to be something where you're going to want too many people looking at it. So one or two people I would say would be a good place to start for how many alpha readers you would have. Then you've got your beta readers, which I talked about at length earlier, which is basically you're going to want an odd number. I would start with 3 or 5. I wouldn't go higher than 5 again because you don't want to be sitting waiting around for 7 or 9 beta readers to get back to you, because the last thing you want to do is taking their feedback piecemeal is think, well, I have 3, so I'm just going to work on their feedback and stuff, and then you get the next 3 and you're like, oh my god, they actually liked the stuff that the other people liked, but I already made those changes, so what do I do? You know what I mean? And so you would be driving yourself mad on so many levels. So you don't want that much feedback information to have to combine, cobble together, and then make that decision of which feedback is worth actioning and which isn't. So 3 or 5 I think is the money spot right there. Not too many people waiting for their feedback, not too much feedback to have to sift through. And then you have your gamma readers, which to me, the sky's the limit on how many gamma readers you want. These would be your fans, the people who've been waiting patiently, pins and needles, who wanted to read your work, because your gamma readers are the ones who are reading what you believe is your final draft. But is it really? Do you have that one typo that will make you cringe because you've published it and you find it and you see it and you wish you had caught it and you kick yourself wondering how the hell you missed it? That's what the gamma reader is. They're literally meant to just read your manuscript, and if they see that kind of typo that is likely going to be missed by you, by the 5 beta readers that you had, the 1 alpha reader that you had, you looked over it 2-3 times so your eyes were bleeding and you were bloodshot and tired and you had bags under your eyes, you're going to miss something. So your gamma reader is the one who reads it like you literally put your book to pre-order 3 to 5 months ahead of that moment, right? So in those 3 to 5 months is when you get a huge team of gamma readers. You give them your final draft manuscript and you say any typo that you find, any misspelling, any, you see two commas when there should only be 1. You see, you don't see the right, punctuation mark, or whatever the case may be. You see something is plural when it should be singular. you see something is possessive when it should be plural, whatever, let me know. And then as those things come in, which hopefully there won't be too many, there should be few, because you will have by this point had it professionally edited, had it beta read, all the things, right? So this is literally to catch that one or two typos that always ends up getting missed for whatever reason. The more eyes, the merrier. I mean, I wouldn't give it to 30 people or 100 people, you know what I mean? But 12, 15, 20, sure. And you let them know this is the final draft. You let them know not to share it with anyone. You have that contract in place with them, but you can then go to sleep knowing that you have done all that you can do. And now the rest is up to the rest. But that's what a gamma reader would be. And I wouldn't use the same people in each section. So I wouldn't have your beta readers then become your gamma readers, and vice versa. I wouldn't have a gamma reader who is more likely, like I said, to be like a fan and just someone who you put the word out on social media and they're like, hell yeah, I want to blah blah blah. That person would not be my alpha or my beta. Your alpha and your beta should be people you have some sort of communication with regularly. They might be a beta reader for you for an entire series, whereas a gamma reader, they might just be a gamma for that one book and that's it. And you may have a whole new set of 20 gamma readers for book 2 or for the next series. So your gamma readers, you're not likely to keep constant communication with, but you are likely to with your alpha and your beta. So that's how you would determine how to treat basically each one. Why are you not pasting? There we go. There we go. Before I do that, let me do this. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 20. I also have to get ready to get myself something to eat. I'm starving. Okay, that's bold italics. Good. Is this? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, so now. Let me try. I thought it was 80. Maybe it's 85, but come back over here. This will go out on the 19th, I believe. And let me put 10:30 again. Okay. I think I'm probably going to end my stream after I post or schedule this, because I need to do. I was out for 2 days from work, so I kind of want to get a head start on what my emails are going to look like. Heaven forbid. And try to do some things I know I need to do in action before I even really look at my emails. So let's put this under writing, and I want to say organize would be another good area where this would go, because it's how to organize your readers. Um, and let's put some tags. Obviously, I'm going to put alpha reader, and then I will put beta reader. Gamma reader. I think that's all I'll put right now for the tags. And now I will schedule this. I know I need to do a featured image, but I will work on that. It's gotta be post. Okay. 16-minute read. Holy guacamole. Thanks for the follow, Vale Who Fights Cats. I just wrote a 16-minute read blog post. Jesus. And you'll have to wait till whenever the heck it releases, on the 16th, I think. Okay, so I can now get rid of this. And I will now go home. Home again, home again, home again. I am going to be calling for beta readers on my next email newsletter. So if you want, if you have any interest at all in being a beta reader for my, let me close this. For me, what am I about to do right now? Oh yeah, I'm about to get off stream. For the series that I'm writing book 1 right now. I'm not going to start, I won't start actually writing book 1 until May 24th. Monday, May 24th is the date with which I intend to start writing River Run, which is the first book in the Son of River series. As you can see here, my thought processes is to have at least 3,000 words per chapter. If I come in under that, I'm totally okay with it, because at this point, if I did hit that goal of 3,000 words per chapter, I'm looking at a book that's going to be over 100,000 words, which I don't want. I'd rather it be under 90, between 80 and 90,000. So again, if I don't hit 3,000, I am a-okay with that. 2,500 to 2,500 words, I'm cool with. I actually want to include, because I am going to have beta readers. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to have my vomit draft. I will, do my own self edit where I will, is this book series having, okay, this is me having a blonde moment here, but I don't know what WLW means. I'm sorry. I don't know what, I don't know. Can you tell me what WLW means? I'm not hip to the lingo. Women loving women. Book 2 will. Book 1 won't. And the reason why I say that is because book 1, there are 2 tribes, and so each tribe is very different from each other. So the first tribe is the main tribe, and the tribe where my main character is from, and that's going to be like 98% of the first book is in and within that tribe and learning the culture and the heritage and all that stuff. Then he gets kidnapped at the end of book 1 by the other tribe, the warring tribe, the enemy tribe, and that tribe is completely different. And the main difference in the other tribe is there is equality amongst the sexes. Whereas in the original tribe in book 1, there is a clear difference in social standing within the genders. in that the men are subservient to the women. And then in the other tribe, the reason why they separated one tribe from, some members from the original tribe left and created their own is because they wanted to have equality between the men and the women. And what invariably ended up happening is that there are homosexual relationships, there are male chiefs. You can be the chief of that other tribe can be a man, whereas in the original tribe, the chief is always a woman. Men can be both. They can be hunters and they can be warriors in the other tribe. And again, in the original tribe, only the women are the hunters and the warriors. The men are literally the labor. They carry the weapons. They carry the dead animals that the hunters kill back to the tribe. They don't fight. They don't wield a weapon. In the other tribe, there are in the original tribe there are 5 female elders. They're always women, and if you are an elder, you cannot get married. You cannot have children, and the reason is because the elders are meant to look after and look out for the whole tribe. And the feeling is if they have a husband and they have children, then they will have a bias and they will not be able to enact laws and rulings that will be for the whole, because they will be thinking about their loved one. So if you're an elder in the original tribe, can't get married, can't have children. Elders in the other tribe, which will meet in book 2, they can get married, they can have children. And again, because there is not that clear and distinct separation between the genders, what happens is there will be love interests and romances that are same sex as well as opposite sex in the other tribe, that will be clear and present to the main character. He will see that difference, and a part of him will wish that the tribe he's from was more like, or incorporated a lot of the change and the differences in the other tribe that he gets to be a part of and witness when they kidnap him. And he gets to see that difference and why that tribe is the way they are and why they defected and left and went on their own to do their own thing. It was so that they can, live their life how they wanted. But does that make it, does those differences, is there a reason for the fact that the tribe wants to have tradition the way that they do, and which is right and which is wrong? It's for the reader to decide. There is a reason why the original tribe is the way that they are. It's tradition, it's culture, and they feel that there is a real need and this is how it should be. And then in the other tribe, they disagree. You could see positives and negatives in both, and it is what it is. I mean, in the original tribe, the elders, they are an elder till they die, and then when they die, they are then replaced immediately with an elder who will step into that elder's shoes. In the offshoot of the tribe, the other tribe, you are an elder until you no longer want to be one, until you retire. And then, they choose someone else to fill that spot, male or female. So, is it good to have someone be in that position their entire life and have that knowledge and that understanding, and that level of commitment to that role? Or is it better to have someone who's like, meh, I'll do it for a season and then I'm just going to go off and do my own thing and let someone else take it? Which is better? I don't know. You decide. That's just how the two tribes are. They are two polar opposites in how they do the things that they do. They're both right. They're both wrong. Take that with a grain of salt. But anyway. Okay, let's get rid of this now. I just wanted to add the fact that I will do, what did I do here? Total typos everywhere. Insert one to the left. One thing I do need to actually update my my form, because it's a Google Doc form that you have to fill out, is I do need to add a question. Actually, I have to add two questions. But one of the main ones I need to add is making sure that whoever wants to be a beta reader is willing to do so for the entirety of the series. I want to really try to have a team of beta readers who are there for all four books. Um, did I not include a... What am I doing? Just because it would just be better. Okay, there we go. It's always good to have the same beta reader across the entire series, because they know what the issues were from book one, and so they can be better. They could be more helpful to you to make sure that you're not repeating that same mistake in book 2, 3, 4, whatever, versus having someone come in to be a brand new beta reader when you're on like book 3, and then either requiring them to read books 1 and 2, which can and can't be helpful, or just taking a gamble that they're just going to give you good feedback starting out with book 3, knowing that they're not going to be as familiar with the issues that you ran into in story structure and what have you from books 1 and book 2, because they just weren't beta readers at that time. So it's, like I said, it's a gamble that you take if you don't have them as a beta reader from the jump, and then make sure that they can do all four books, because if they can't, then you should also consider maybe that person is not going to be very helpful to you if they can't travel with you on the journey. So yeah, so I need to make sure that I add that question. And while I'm saying it, let me just open it up and add it. It would go down here under the beta reader questions. Have you ever been? Do you prefer? Actually, I think I would put it right under here, because I want to ask. Series and then stand. And I'm going to put series as defined as 2 or more. Oh, no, let me just put 2 plus novels. And then I will ask the all-important question, which is, yes, no, maybe. I'll even add an I don't know, just to be on the safe side. Okay. Oh, so let's preview it. So now we've got Okay. Sweet. All right, y'all. So I have been streaming for 4 hours. I've been doing 4 hour streams pretty consistently, actually. I think I did last week and now yesterday and today. Pretty sweet. And I've been literally only really going for 3 hour streams, but you never know. Sometimes I end up starting at 7:30. So um, I am not going to continue with this stream for another half an hour. I'm gonna do some like 9 to 5 work, and then I'm gonna go get some lunch, and then I'm gonna do some like off stream stuff like word pressing and doing some. I call it word pressing because I do it all the time, and I'll do some. I'll create those two featured images for my blog post that I wrote today because I wrote 4,000 words today, which is, nothing to sneeze at there. To have written that many words in one stream. I want to thank everyone for being here. All of the two people who rated me, which was Kavanaugh Writes and Vlog a Novel. Thank you so much. That was unexpected, but much welcome. Thank you to all of the new followers that I got today. I got so many that I couldn't even really keep up with all of the names that was scrolling across my screen. It was amazing. So I want to just say thank you. And yeah, so if anyone is streaming tomorrow, if Kavanaugh Writes is on tomorrow, I will probably be there for that. Yeah, I feel like I'm actually very spent right now. Like I did a lot of talking during this stream and I did a lot of writing during this stream. There was a lot of thinking that happened very early today. But I will be on tomorrow, as usual, my usual stream time, which is typically 8 to 11. But I've been starting like about a half an hour early and staying like a half an hour later. So, whatever. But I'll be on tomorrow morning. I don't stream on Thursdays, just a reminder. But I will be back Friday, depending on when my bookcases are delivered. I'm expecting 16 bookcases on Friday, and I'm supposed to be told on Thursday the like window when they will be delivered. And the window could be like an 8 hour window delivery, which will mean very little. But Friday, I hope to stream as long as I don't get interrupted by the fact that a butt ton of bookcases are about to be delivered to me on Friday. And I think I will be able to stream Saturday morning as my usual new streaming schedule is. But again, we shall see, because I think I'm going to also try to paint this weekend. So if that happens, then I'll probably forego streaming, just because the sooner I paint my office, the sooner I'm able to get back in my office. The floor is done. The floor is laid. It's completed. So now we just have to lay down the painter's thing and do painting, which that paint is supposed to arrive on Friday. And all the materials should arrive by Friday, so we're likely going to be painting on Saturday. So I may not be streaming on Saturday because I may be doing that, and then depending on how my wound from my procedure that I had on Friday is healed, I will be moving at least my desk, or this desk, into my office so that I can resume streaming from my office as soon as like next Monday. That would be crazy if that happens. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Otherwise, thank you guys all for being here. I really appreciate it. See you tomorrow morning.